Alright, am I live? Hang on, there's my UI. I gotta get all my stuff organized, all my ducks in a row. Also, I didn't even mention it yesterday. I discovered that Deltarune is coming out, or Deltarune Chapter 5 is releasing in 2 weeks. Right when I'm in the middle of my, like, massive road trip for, like, 3 weeks. So I'm gonna get the game on Switch, replay the whole game on Switch, and then download Chapter 5 over, like, McDonald's Wi-Fi in, like, Colorado or something. And then play that instead of driving. Actually, when should I head out for that? Because I want to at least be here for when the Steam Next Fest starts. It was such an awkward time, basically. Because I thought the Steam Next Fest started on the 6th for some reason. But I think that's just when they wanted the builds ready. So it's a good thing that I had the build ready then. But I think it runs from the actual 15th to 22nd. And so that's right when I'm doing my whole vacation. So actually, I should probably bring my Windows PC... Oh, how should I do that? Maybe I should get a cheap Windows computer. Because, yeah, it really sucked to lose my top-tier laptop and my Linux laptop. So I should probably bring, like, a mediocre like, something mediocre to, like, test Windows on, just to make sure that it'll work. Yeah, that'd be an option. Though, admittedly, nowadays I could just get a new Linux, or get a new Windows computer, because I have been talking about getting a new desktop. Well, at least we have the loading screen to keep us entertained. That's something else I want to do today. So I have the main thing on my agenda that'll probably take up most of the day is resetting options to their defaults, which actually, it shouldn't be terrible. Because what I'll do is just, we can just create a copy of the settings. Oh yeah, I forgot this. Hang on. I'm gonna just throw this cord away. This cord has, like, broken. But okay. The main agenda today... Thankfully, I have a trash can conveniently placed right next to me. Yeah, resetting options to default. This should be not hard. I'm gonna do the controls first, because that will be the hard one. Controls. So when we do controls, I think when we initialize the controls here, when we initialize the bindings, we should have our default bindings. Var default bindings, dictionary, string name, array. So yeah, default bindings. Actually, yeah, we can just have a good idea. Default bindings action. And then if action not in bindings, bindings action is equal to default bindings action. Okay, and I think this will work because I believe that this is set up correctly. Or that, you know, this is where this is. I guess let's just double check. Or, what I can do now is I can have a function called reset on these. Function reset. And then we're just going to do bindings equals default bindings dot duplicate. And then for the other ones, what I'm going to do is var b equals var c equals controls. Oh wait, but we actually have to have Because we inherit... I can... You know what? Fuck it. I can just set all these... Like, there are not that many of these. We're just gonna button prompts dot equals camera O invert x equals false. Yeah, this is easier than trying to figure out some generic solution to this. Cannot assign to prompt mode control settings prompt mode. Oh, because we have this one. Why do we have this one? Oh, because this one, does this one do anything different? I think we don't need that. Yeah, because now, it used to be that, there we go. Yeah, basically, it used to be that I was trying to make these independent, so I duplicated things. Oh, hi, welcome back. But yeah, now I'm just going to have the settings depend on my input manager, and I'm not even going to try to make them, like, independent objects. Alright, what else do I want here? Is there... I think I'll just need to have this, so if we go back to my options menu... I think now I should add back, Wait, isn't there a button here for... Oh yeah, defaults, there we go. And I can also have the default there. Default. So if options default. So now what we need to do is we need to have this thing. And that should confirmation dialog reset group. So this settings.reset group rs.name var s equals sub options get group name. If s.has method reset s.reset else push warning could not reset or options has no reset method. Okay. And then I also need, when we set an option. Ooh, how do we get the signals for that? It's when we do controls here. Oh, we're gonna have to input confirm, I think, all of these. Oh, wait, no, this isn't the right thing. No, this is the right thing. Okay, so we need to have the signal for buttons changed. Or prompts changed. Oh, we already do that there. So that means that we should actually have this be the last thing we do. Oh, and that means that we actually need to, for our bindings here, we need to go through the bindings here, I believe. For be in bindings. Set binding. Actually, can't we do like a rebind action like here? There we go. So what I'm going to do is just rebind B to bindings B. There we are. And this will be action name. Okay, so now this should, if we just print debug here, rebinding controls, and we also need to have that in our game controls. Function reset. We'll just do toggle zoom equals true. Sticker mode equals false. Super rebind. Oh, wait, no, super reset. And I would eventually like to have a nicer way of doing this, but I think I think all of these will have to have some manual solution, so honestly, it's probably easier to just set them all twice. Or maybe even just call the reset function as the init function. Okay, where's the nice USB cable? Because I still prefer the game on the controls, but okay. If we go to options here, controls, we should now reset. Okay, does that work? So when the photo button, taking a photo, okay, reset the controls here. It did not reset the controls here until we redrew it. And so I think that is because the rebind function doesn't actually do what we need to do. So we should have prompts changed here, I think. Do something with our sub menu. I guess I'd be in the widget. Do I want to have prompts changed for all of these? I'm just going to have a signal like bindings changed. Or like controls reset or something. So that way I can just have like one signal for like, okay, everything probably, or like a lot of things have probably changed here. And we're going to do reset commit. And then that should allow us to have, where would that be? I guess we could just emit the signal for prompts. Oh, wait, no, we already do that. And that's the reason that that doesn't change anything is because controls reset is going to be a different group. Because if we go to control widget, this widget here needs to have a reset here. Ooh. Set option hint, option name, split that. Input management, translate action name. When do we set the value here? I guess it's going to be up in the sub widget. I guess we should just have... I know what to do. We don't need to have this here at all, because we would need to have all of the UI redraw anyway. Because, for example, I don't think that also, like, if I invert X, invert Y, reset to defaults, that also doesn't reset any of those. So I should just have that as a system on the options menu. So options submenu here. When we reset, we should have, like, a redraw. So on rebind confirm. Wait, no, this isn't. Oh, wait, no, that is correct. Reset group is what we need. So yeah, then we need to have rs dot. Oh, wait. We're going to need to do a redraw here instead. Okay, so maybe that'll work. So now if we reset the defaults, there we go. Okay, so now it does all that stuff. So if I, rebind this to the mouse 1, rebind this to, like, right-click, and then I apply that, and then I'm like, wait a second, I don't like this. Then I can just reset the default, reset controls there, and it should... Okay, and it so shows all those applied correctly. Okay, there. And yeah, that works correctly. So yeah, now, you know what? I have the USB for my tablet here, so I'll just use that. Why is there's a little bit of green you can see on Kitty's cheek there. So how goes deving of the game? It's going pretty well. Yeah, my main thing today is basically doing all the controls, and then it's probably going to be like UI, so not terribly exciting stuff, but it'll be okay. Okay, so now we'll just need to go through all of these as well. And I think as well, when we have the options show up, we should have, I think we should have, like, this fade out and disable everything, because now it's hard to see everything. Because of how much that overlaps. Because, yeah, I've been testing the UI with big screen, I guess. Or no, I've been testing it with big font. That's what I should say. Okay, so I should have a thing, I think, just on. So if I do a color rectangle, and then just have this be like that, and then... Oh, wait, I'm seeing here. Wait, what is this exactly? Panel container. Huh. So how do I attach this in a way where I can, like, have this fully on top of this? I guess I could just have a panel that's like a dark gray with rounded corners. I guess I'd do that better. And we'll just do layout. So this is going to be like our locker. So I'm going to say, I guess just like this. Yeah, UI is always surprisingly difficult to do. But okay, that should then prevent that from being there. And when we reveal the options... Well, I still want this to be bigger than it is. Expand margins. Can we expand these to, like... Hey, look at that. Is that exactly... 25 seems good there. What if we did 32 here? Okay. So, options, closed, hide options. And hide option should do this, and we should have a blocker hide. Blocker show. And then when we start up the game, Do we set this by default? I don't think so. Get tree paused equals false. Okay. I'm just gonna have this here as like blocker hide. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, no, but we hide the whole pause menu, so it doesn't even matter. Okay. So now this should work. And now I should have the ability to reset the controls, and then it should be quite easy to do the rest, because I didn't realize that I could just, like... I was thinking of making, like, a more complicated automatic system, but I think, honestly, I don't need to do that. Especially since most settings have, like, 12 options. At most. Or, like, most subcategories. Take your time, video game. There we go. Alright. The only thing here is that this UI is a bit busy. I'd love to have, like, a spacer right here. But I don't know how to do that with my current system, because right now it just automatically gets the properties, rather than doing any sort of, like, code-based thing. How would I get that? I think I'd still really like to have, groups. Property groups. That'd be really good. But okay, let's ignore that for now, though. Let's just get all of the other options, like, so we're gonna close all these. Oh. Okay. Ability to reset controls. Alright, what did I do here? Oh yeah. I've just re-implemented a bunch of my stuff. Ability to reset controls. Oh yeah, and I forgot to actually test to make sure that my options blocker thing makes sense. Okay, options. Okay, good. And so we can't click here. It makes this a lot less visually noisy. And so then we can press cancel, and it should go there, and then apply. Okay, that should all work. Yeah, the other thing that I'd want to change is not having the focus widget, or like the little focus sound play twice there. A little janky. And yeah, I'd really love... I'm also going to put that in here. So we're going to save and quit, and... what even is this? Oh yeah, this is my stuff. Oh yeah, I was trying to redo an exercise that I did as a child, where we had to write from A to Z emotions that start with those letters. And I got stuck on C. Concerned? That'll be my little enrichment activity on the side. What was I even doing? Oh yeah, I need to add to the to-do list, spacers. So yeah, grouping and spacers for settings. That'll be beautiful. But okay, audio, controls, display, graphics. Are any of these... Would any of these cause issues when we set them? Oh yeah, they'd all fuck it up. Well, actually... Yeah, I guess they would. Okay. We're just gonna have a function called reset here. Yeah, we only have like 5 things here. Anything else? I don't think we need anything else there. Alright, this one's going to be tricky. Well, not that bad. Okay, so screen mode equals... Actually, what is it by default? Let's just say screen mode full screen. VSync by default equals true. Text color equals color.black, I think. Text size equals 45. I'm just realizing, actually, this is specialized... Okay, so this would actually be very difficult to do, like in some sort of deterministic way, because we also have, like, these here, screen mode, vsync text size. And so we're actually not going to set the text color at all there. Wait, I'm just realizing. We still need this to be a variable, because otherwise the options won't... Yeah, because this text needs to be black by default, not white. So I was about to just release the game with all white text if I didn't properly do the full testing with, like, deleting the options. Like, basically, every time I do a test on the game, I need to remember to delete my current save file. And not just the save file, but also the settings file. Because otherwise, that text was just going to be black on my test folder, because it's... the configuration is still correct here. If I can see where it is. Where is it? Found a camera? Yeah, because that's still here in display. Isn't it? Wait, it's not even here. Okay, never mind. So how the hell is the text black when it's not being set? Well, that's fine. Okay. Next thing, graphics. Oh, wait, did I already do this one? I already did that one. Audio, then. Okay. Function reset. Master audio dot volume. Oh, wait, yeah, because nowadays, I forgot, we live in the 21st century now, so I can just do that. Because it used to be you couldn't use type hints on custom resource types. So now, yeah, we can have volume there. 1.0. 3, 4. Actually, what if I just did, like, a reset here? Music. SFX. voices. And then we just have a function on these to reset them. And that's going to be volume equals 1.0, muted equals false. All right. So then what is my next challenge? Oh yeah, we need to go to difficulty. Slow fall equals false. Double jump equals false. And then game display. Darken UI at night equals false. No, true. Streamer mode equals false. Super. Reset. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to options, so if we reset here, there we go. Oh, but it doesn't properly grab the UI again? Oh, interesting. And also, we can see that, the UI here isn't correct. So these things broke. For some reason. So is that because when these audio channels grab focus... No, audio widget is what I need. Yeah, because these are supposed to get the focus appropriately. In fact, does this even... Hang on, if we go back to submenu. Wait, let's just check this. So that's being called, and then it's called again. Interesting. Why is that actually? Okay, but now it works, but oh, but these. Hang on. Okay. How do we fix that? Basically, I want it to be that, okay, if visible in event is that, and this has focus, mute button pressed equals not mute button pressed. Okay, good. That is set up correctly. That means that this mute button should not have focus here. Mode, none. Okay. Top grab focus. So that's probably why that's being called twice. These are still supposed to not have that. Focus. Focus neighbor left is itself. Focus neighbor right is itself. Yeah, because this thing is still not, for some reason, getting its thing. But we will have the neighbor to the left be that one manually. And previous will be that one again, just in case it's still running for some reason. I don't know why I would be doing that. Yeah, it should be impossible to, like, for this thing to get focus. Wrong button again. Okay, so that is being called twice. For some reason, this is being called twice as well. So, for some reason, pressing mute to that seemed to cause the issue, but now it's not causing the issue. Wait, so what's the difference? What did I do differently? Because now it's just working fine, but I'm concerned that it won't work fine. And also, I want this value slider to be the same as, so if we go to range widget, this label should be aligned to the left. So that way, this thing here will be aligned once we have saved and quit and did this again. I could have the, I think what I could do is just have a custom property list. Where basically, it would have just the name of the property, and then it would have, like, the group that it's in, or it would have, I know what it would do. It would be an array of groups. And in each group, there's also the array of options. And then you would go through each of the properties in that list. Okay, that would make sense. And then what if we reset this? Oh, okay. Are those the same? But also we're seeing that that doesn't redraw that appropriately. So if we go back to options menu, actually top, grab focus. Who calls this? Somebody's calling this and it's not done correctly. Yeah, because we call it twice. Cancel request. Wait, no. But that should be fine. Redraw. But I'm also going to have like a... Let's see. rs dot... Oh, wait, no. var s equals submenus tabs current tab. Let's have this be here as like a s get child that redraw. Oh wait, no. We just redraw there and then s dot top grab focus. All the card. There we go. Okay, so now when we reset the group, it should... There we go. So now that works as it should. Okay, and this is the biggest font that we can go, smallest font that we can go. And now it should kind of work with mouse, though admittedly... Oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. The text doesn't get bigger as you use the mouse because that'd be a disaster for UI. So this isn't perfect, but it is okay. And then you can just customize the text color even though it's not actually like good for anything. Because a lot of the UI doesn't properly change anyway. Actually, why don't those change? Yeah, because really you'd also want the background color to be changeable, so that way you could fully customize it. And somebody else suggested you'd really want presets here for different color schemes. But it's mildly quirky, so at least it does kind of something. You can at least make it like, I don't know, purple. Let's do a deep purple. And it sometimes shows up. Not all the time, but sometimes. Oh yeah, then we need like proper checkboxes and stuff. Yeah, let's keep testing with big text. So yeah, the next things to do are UI that doesn't look so crusty. Or yeah, various UI elements need just proper theming. Invert X, that's what I need. There we are. Wait, did I invert the wrong thing? Oh, I did. There we go. Okay. So, what do I need now? Oh yeah, I should double check everything. Make sure, for example, that these actually work. Yeah, let's do SFX in those muted. So now we should have the ability to, like, talk to you. Oh wait, did I mute the voices as well? Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then I should also split out more... I should create more audio channels for, like, I'd love ambient voices. I'd love, or no, ambient audio and UI audio as 2 separate channels. Yeah. So I'll say that. I'll just put that in here as well, like probably lower. Well, while I'm here, I might as well do all this stuff. So audio seems to work. Controls, display work. And then, yeah, new audio channels. And that'll be, audio, what would this be? Ambient audio, UI sounds. Okay. And I think I'll put that, I think I'll do that as well, since let's double check the difficulty, which, I mean, shouldn't be that hard to test. They're extremely simple. Yeah, what did I need to do? Probably, yeah, difficulty and graphics. We're gonna turn off shadows, turn off that, turn off grass. Max bloom. This is what gaming was meant to be. This is basically what Oblivion looks like. How are all of these new? There's a lot of new photos here. Oh, okay. Most of them were the male. Okay. Wait. Did the bloom... Okay, I guess the bloom did go away. Did it go away? It's kind of hard to tell. No, okay, it did go away. Because I thought, like, did it, like, go lower or something? Because it feels like there is some, like, light wraparound, but I think that's just the properties of, like, objects in a 3D space getting light from, you know, the sky. But okay. Other options, last but not least, difficulty. So you can actually do a double jump in the game if you set the difficulty. And that will probably, and also slow fall significantly increases the height of your fall. So yeah, there's probably stuff that you can do this. Oh yeah, you can get up here. Which means that, oh yeah, but then you can get out of here. So yeah, you can sequence break with this ability. But not too hard, honestly, because a lot of things are just doors that are locked. It is kind of funny that this, like, paralyzes you. Okay. Okay, there we are. Why is the lowercase p in that font slightly cut off? Actually, is there anywhere else that I have the letter P? Is that like a problem with the font? Okay, so that's a problem with that specific thing. Okay, well that's fun. Reset that. Okay. So now we have the ability to reset everything to defaults. Blank white models in the empty house, that would be nice. I want to do more UI stuff though, because we're already doing that. So yeah, I think the grouping would be really nice. So yeah, I think the way that I'm going to do that is if we come into widgets. Oh wait, no. Probably in here. Settings, widgets. We're just going to create a new scene spacer. Or like group spacer. Yeah, that's fine. And this is just going to have a label. Group name. Full rectangle, I think. Maybe we'll change the type of this to a VBox container. There we are. And then, as a child of this, we'll also have a line, maybe? Or maybe a panel. And we'll do one of our classic style box lines here. Actually, ooh, how do I apply the color of this? I think I'll just have that as a thing here. Of like, NP options, scripts, group spacer. I think I'd put that in components. Yeah, I'll put that in here. Yeah, just export var group name equals string set n okay. Line style box set p and then panel add theme style box override panel p. There we are. So now we can have the group name here be something cool. Oh yeah, but that won't actually apply until we do the thing. So then we should eventually have, or like just have function ready, group name equals group name. Actually, would we need to do this? Because this should be set up when we have the tree ready, right? But okay. For now, I'm going to do a style box line, and we're just going to have it be black with like 2 pixels here. Oh wait, no. 2 there. What did these do, actually? Oh, I see. I'm going to do -10 on either side. Give it a bit of, I don't know, interest. But okay, so now we can have one of these group spacers, and when we go to options, submenu here, const spacer, preload, that correct? Oh no, it is in widgets. Okay, there we are. So yeah, now what we can have is custom widgets here. How do I want to have the group, or how do I want to have these custom spacers done? So yeah, as I said, it should be an array. And then that array, I guess it'll have dictionaries. Oh, I know what it'd have. It'd have a dictionary with the name and then another array, and that array just has the property names in order. Okay. So yeah, when we redraw this, get custom widgets, we do that. Otherwise this, for see and get children, remove child. Okay. Var properties equals options dot get property list. If, let's see. So if options dot has method get, or like, yeah, property sorted. No, get option properties. Then we're gonna do pass there for now. Else for property in properties, or get sorted. Okay, we're gonna do that. So for group in options dot, I would say var d equals get properties. Okay. Dictionary with name and properties. Oh wait, no, this needs to be an array. And that actually is going to be quite a hassle because we're going to need to go through our properties here. Var property dictionary equals this for p in properties. P in dictionary p dot name equals p. Yeah, first we need to get a dictionary of all of the properties that we have in the property list because we're going to need to get them in random orders. And then what we need to do is for D in, or for category in D, create a widget. Now I guess, how do we add a widget here? Okay, we can just add a widget by getting the, actually, we wouldn't even do that. We just add the child to the scene. Okay. Spacer equals group. Spacer, what the hell did I call this thing? Group spacer. Okay. And there should be a group spacer here. This will extend a container. Class name group spacer. Alright. Okay. Spacer. Dot name, or group name equals b dot name. And then let's do like if d dot properties is empty. Continue. Oh, wait, no, category. He needs to be here. Okay, category.name. And then we're going to do for p in category dot properties property dictionary. So now we're going to actually create the widget with property widget or property dictionary key. Okay. So I will show what that can do for us. So if we go to function here, var c equals this. All right, and we should also have if the name is not equal to like default or something. Let's go to options. No, option submenu. If category.name not equal to standard or default. Why is video game broken? That's where we do that. So we add a spacer if the name is not equal to default. Okay. Go back to controls. Return. Okay, so our default things would be, I think, just button prompts. And actually, wait, this is for game controls. Do we have a different thing for game controls? We do, okay. So we don't need that there. Yeah, because we're going to have the toggle zoom, toggle sticker mode. And actually probably put this under bindings. Name, camera. And actually these should be capitalized. Maybe. Well, yeah, because we don't actually care what this name is, because it's not going to be used as a key to a dictionary. Okay. So for this, we're going to have camera sensitivity. And then invert Y. I think invert Y should be before invert X, because most people don't actually invert the x-axis. And then we'd have here as a name rebinding, or like control button mapping, properties, and this is now going to be, this will be our bindings, which will be like var b equals bindings. No, how do we actually get the bindings here? Bindable. Dot map. S. Return plus S. There we go. B. Okay. In fact, we don't even need this. We can just have this here. Okay, so that means that, Findable equals actions there. Oh yeah, we need to double check. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because the way we set this up is binding slash that. Okay, let's see if this works. Because I think this will be the only one that actually needs to have categories. I keep doing that. I'll never get over it. Okay. Panel, add style, theme box, override on a null instance. And that's because... if P and is inside tree. Okay. If is inside tree. We're just going to have this set up like that. Controls VBox prompted connect. So invalid key prompted on base of object type. So that's because our controller's submenu. Wait, can't we just do submenus dot? Yeah. No, I think this is the easiest way to do this. Okay. So actually, why isn't this working? So controls, this should be an option submenu. Var controls equals, or options submenu equals this stuff. Okay. So how did I break this? VBox container to a variable of type that. Well, sublist controls VBox container option submenu. Is there an issue with this thing then? Oh, there's an issue with this because we can't parse global class group spacer because this doesn't have a colon. Okay. There we are. I'm seeing no such organized... So what was this called again? Options. Category name. So this get sorted properties. So why isn't this coming into here? So if we go back to game controls, get sorted properties. Oh, interesting. I didn't copy and paste the things that I highlighted and then copied and pasted. Okay, so this is supposed to be running if options... Oh, wait. Properties. Oh, wait, no. Wait, yes. This is correct. Because this is supposed to be a thing. Hang on. Okay, so who are we? We should be one of our... Okay, so this is our controls. So it does have the method. Okay, and then we're getting all these, so we can do that for a bit. So for each category in D. Okay. We can see that there. And then we create the widgets. Oh, okay. Am I dumb? No. We're just not... Oh, because we don't add the child. Okay. That was the missing link. Okay, so now we can do that. There we go. Now we can see a bit more of that. And I want to have a bit more space around this panel. So we're going to do like a min size here. Let's say, where's that going to be? Container sizing? No. Wasn't it in here? Minimum? It's just... It was in layout. Okay, whatever. Humans can't understand... They can't begin to hope to understand whatever's happening there. But alright. So now we have toggle zoom, toggle sticker mode. Oh right, we don't have the prompt mode anywhere. That should probably be under bindings when we go back to our controls here. So prompt mode, is that a thing that we have in here? If we go to controls again? Is that what it's called? Button prompts. Button prompts dot append array. Oh. Okay. Well, var b equals this b dot append array. And then we do b there. And then basically we can go back and forth. And then we have the button prompts here. And then we can set these to whatever we want. And honestly, I think I do prefer having it, well, I don't know. I think this makes the most sense. Toggle zoom, toggle sticker mode. Camera sensitivity, invert Y, invert X. Button mapping, we can have the button prompts be whatever we want, which currently... So we will need to have the Xbox and Nintendo versions. Because yeah, it is kind of awkward to not have those. Okay. Wasn't there anything... Was there something else that I was also setting to have this? Oh yeah, I want to have these be in a different place. See, I think display, it should have like the screen mode at the top, then VSync, then text size. Okay. And that's also going to be game display. Name, default, properties, and I think this one we don't need to have it in, like, we don't need to have fancy stuff here. Yeah, we're just gonna have screen mode, VSync. Text size. Darken UI at night. Actually, let's have darken UI at night here. And then I actually kind of want to have Name. Advanced. Properties. And this will then be streamer mode and text color. Actually, I'm going to have this there first. We will have streamer mode as our most advanced option. But okay. Yeah, I guess it helps organize it a little bit. Let's reset everything to defaults there. Okay. There we are. Okay, so that feels pretty good. Grouping and spacers, and then yeah, our new audio channels. Oh, we already have default bus layout there. Add a bus. This is going to be ambient sounds. And then add another bus. This will be UI. And also, I think I'm going to just merge this into SFX. So we're going to just look for SFX environment in TSCN and just replace that with SFX. Because there's only a few things that I think should be in the ambient sound, and those are the rivers, maybe the birds, and then something else. Yeah, so that was a lot of scenes. Close all. Okay, let's save this as well. This is important. Alphabetical emotion. I guess TXT. Yeah, because dazed. Is dazed an emotion? Let's say energized. Energized is more of an emotion. So that shouldn't be... Oh, okay, I see. Wait, what? I said delete the bus. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Did I accidentally delete... No, okay. It renames SFX... Okay. I don't know what it did there. But okay, so now if we go back to audio... I'm actually going to remove voices from here, and I'm going to have that in a new thing, so we're just going to inherit from this script. Go back to settings here. Where the hell is that? Probably under stuff, because that's where I put it. Settings, yeah. Okay, create new script. This will be game audio. Okay, class name, game audio, settings, reset, super, reset, voices, reset. And then ambient. Let's rename this here. Well, no, it doesn't. There we go. And then UI sounds will be just UI. And then UI sounds. Okay. And then function, get sorted, properties. Here we're just going to return one thing. So this is just going to be name, default. Okay, master, audio, SFX, voices. So SFX TV, okay, SFX TV goes directly into SFX. Ambient, sounds, UI sounds. Okay. And then we're going to have a lot of things that are switched to UI sounds rather than ambient sounds. So if we go to the dialogue, no, if we go to UI, the main thing is these sounds here. Oh, I see. These are now UI sounds. And then most dialogue, basically anything that is not... actually, where do I put that? I think it's here. Yeah, okay. I think this one is the UI, because that one was SFX. And then the rest of these will be voices. Yeah, these are all voice sounds. That makes sense. So yeah, now you can mute just the UI. And then I want to have, if we go to the world... Also, now we need to go to settings and we need to swap out the audio settings with the game audio settings. Take your time, kiddo. Okay, settings. Game audio. Swap that out. And eventually, any time that I use capitalize, I should replace that with like the translate function and then localize these. I keep doing the wrong things. Okay. Now we got all of these things. So if we mute that, look at that, isn't that lovely? There we are. Okay, so now we need to go to the world, because the main things I wanted to add to the ambient sounds are the actual ambient sound that's like all around us. But then also the river, I think. And so we'll put the forest sounds in there as well. And then maybe the birds. Should they be SF? I think they'll be SFX, because it's important to be able to see the birds. Maybe the crows, though, will be put in ambient sounds. Because they're loud and annoying. There we are. Yeah, I'll put this in ambient sounds. I think that'd be fine. Maybe all birds should be in there? I think I won't do that. Yeah, like the river, water processing, wasn't the waterfall? Let's go to the waterfall, which I think is just now in the cave scene. There we are. Ambient. Okay. And I think for now, those are the main sound effects. If we go to Otherworld, what are the sound effects here? Because I think this one is also going to be ambient. And I think there's no other sound effects in there right now, so we'll close that. Okay. Oh, wait, no, let's get the shed. So, Bill House. I'm going to mark the little alien. These little randomized sounds as well are going to be ambient. Okay. So yeah, now there's more things to be bugged, but it shouldn't be that bad to test it. Yeah, like let's just mute sound effects right now, for example. In fact, let's take in the soundscape here. Yeah, you can hear the quiet of the, like, ambient trees and stuff. Beautiful soundscape. Okay, let's try... Oh, wait. Okay, that's good. Those also count as cameras or UI sounds. Oh, wait, no. No. Those are supposed to be UI sounds. Or if we go back to UI... Camera. Oh, wait, no, it's in the player. Okay, so this one as well. This one needs to be UI. And then go to camera. This one needs to also be UI, I think. And I think the rest of these don't count as UI stuff. I think this makes sense. Yeah, I think I'll keep the camera as UI sounds. Okay. And so now it feels eerily empty. And I guess we do count the birds, except for the crows, as sound effects rather than ambient noise. In my mind, ambient noise is anything that's like constantly running. So the crows never shut the hell up. But the other birds, they do shut the hell up occasionally. Though actually, they're supposed to be, like, not chirping at this time of night. Maybe they're done now. I think I never fixed the birds. But okay. That feels about right. Oh yeah, and we also don't hear the river. Oh, the invisible wall for the... Wait, what? What the hell just happened there? I thought there was an invisible wall right here, but there wasn't. There is? What is this? Oh, okay. Invisible wall for the guy is too far. Isn't that just in the world if I just go to, like, back here? Surely I didn't make it like an actual... Like, surely I didn't model that in Blender for some reason. That'd be stupid. But I might have, because I've modeled a bunch of stuff here in Blender for no reason. But okay, no good. Phew. Okay. Good. This is not there. So I think we just have it like that. I guess this kind of works. Okay. I'm gonna make it so that it's mostly contained. So that way, because I don't want the player to just jump around him, but I don't want the player to be blocked in a confusing way. Take your time, kiddo. There we go. So yeah, now you should be able to just walk right up to it. And there's a little lip right there, but it's only a smidge confusing. Oh, wait. Sticker noises. I think the zooming sound should not be... So if we go to the player... Sticker... Hang on. Stickers... UI, place stickers. Okay. This one should be UI, but we actually need a second audio stream player then. So this is going to be audio player UI, audio player SFX, because I think placing the sticker has a sound. However, looking at the sticker does not, or like zooming in on the sticker does not. So yeah, player UI, player SFX. Wait, why is that so? Huh? There is no audio player function. Hang on, close all tabs. There we go. Okay. So now we need actually SFX audio stream player. We'll do that there. Okay. So when we place a sticker, that's going to be audio player SFX. But when we increment, that's going to be UI. And here as well. And yeah, the only real difference is that this one is a SFX track. There we are. And hopefully these are now set up. There we are. Okay. Let's see, do I want to have music here? I mean, we could just test to make sure that still works. Wait, music isn't even in the list of things that I have to mute. Hang on, we need to go back to my audio. I think here. And then if we just do that, now we have music there. Look at how many audio channels we can control now. We can mute sound effects and UI and ambient sounds and all that stuff separately. And I got the stickers placement working. It was basically there's a weird interaction with scaled objects because all the trees have a random size. But yeah, now, look at that. We can place as many stickers as we want. And I actually upped the limit of stickers that it'll, like, place above to 50. So now you can have just 50 stickers, one on top of the other, and it should just work. Though you can, if you finagle it, get them, like, underneath each other by just, like, waving the camera around. But it should be typically, like, you can see how all of them are on top of each other in order. It does get a little hokey, though. Yeah, if you zoom in real close... Actually, we can barely tell. Hang on, if I am from an angle... There we go. You can see all those stickers are at an ever-increasing offset of, I think, like 1 or 2 millimeters, plus or minus some random amount, like half a millimeter randomly. So that way, if they're at the same angle, you can still, like, make them not Z-fight by just shifting around a little bit. But okay. So yeah, now we have sounds. And we have them nicely organized. Okay. Now we can play that back again. So I'm going to call that new sounds. And we should probably get some of this stuff here. Man, I changed a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, because a bunch of stuff was using SFX environment. That's now just using, add-on... Or that's now just on SFX. Add dot... ability to reset and group settings. And we could someday make it even nicer, but I don't need to make it nicer, really. So, NPT, what am I looking for now? Oh, and I guess I'll just say, reset settings. Options, new audio channels. Okay, and I think kind of the worst aspect of the game right now is the buttons are really bad. And well, no. Let's make the button list the end one. And then actually I want also Nintendo prompts. I'm probably going to do GameCube controller, just because that would look nice. But okay, yeah. If we go to my theme, it looks very bad. Especially the sliders and the scroll bars. And so I'm trying to figure out what would I want for these. Yeah, check buttons. Check boxes. Should I do these as vector drawings? Because I think these are vectors. If we go to panel. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, the panels don't look particularly good either. Let's start with the checkboxes. And I'm going to have the check buttons use the same icon, because I can't be bothered to have two separate things. I don't even know the difference. Like, why are there two things here? What's even, like... Is there some, like, semantic difference? Who knows? But okay. Now we wait the 35 minutes for Krita to open up. But okay, we're not... That took less time than I expected. Alright, let's do... I'm going to say 32 by 32. Seems reasonable. Oh yeah, my tablet. I only have one USB cord now. Let's do like this. Alright, we need the ability to have, like... We need some... I guess I should start with the checked version. Do I want it to look like this? And let's also add a layer style here. I'm going to add just a 1 pixel white outline. And same thing here, actually. Okay. There we are. And then I kind of want this to actually have also a drop shadow. And this would obviously be like 1 pixel instead of 50,000 pixels. Let's do 2, actually. Does that feel right? Yeah, that looks pretty good from a distance, actually. And that makes it much more distinct as well. Okay, so I'm going to call that correct. Theming, there. Checkbox checked. Checkbox unchecked. These were supposed to be PNGs. Okay. So now, where are the photos actually here? Oh, right here. Item for the close button when it's... Oh, wait, no. I'm dumb. You can't click on a thing to see it. Okay, so check and check disabled. Checkbox. Wait, so what is... Oh, I see. Unchecked should be this one. There we go. Okay. So now we have that quite clearly there. And I don't like how weird some of these look. Yeah, what's our colors here? Checkbox checked color. I'm just going to put that back to black. Unchecked color. Black as well. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. Those are for the checkbox itself. So font color. Font disabled, color font focus, font hover, font outline. Font pressed should still be black. Okay, yeah. Hover, disabled, normal, pressed. Huh. What am I looking at here? That's not what I'm expecting it to be. I guess I'll also add the check button. We're just gonna have all these. Oh, I see. They have the potential to have these, like, unchecked. Or, like, the ability to be mirrored on either side, basically. Okay. It's very confusing that they, like, change size as well. Okay, go back to colors. So font color, font pressed color is going to be black. Take your time, Godot. So yeah, what's our style boxes here? Focused, hover, pressed. Huh. So how do these do the thing that they're doing? Oh, I see. That's our color picker. Don't need to worry about that much. Okay, let's see how this looks in-game. And I think then I'll also make it so that instead of having the... Oh, I know where these are. These are getting overridden by the button itself. And I think the button kind of has a... Well... What I'll basically do is I'm just going to add a style box empty here. So I'm actually just going to do all of these. Did that fix that? No, it doesn't seem to have done anything, actually. So font hover pressed. I'm very confused. Like, because I thought the theme would change when I, like, changed it. Like, is there a different button that I'm missing? No, there's only two. Okay. Check button, then. Is it because it didn't... Does it inherit all these from its child? Base type. A type associated with a built-in class cannot be marked as a variation of another type. So yeah, I think it's because the buttons have their own thing here. Hmm. Oh, can we actually... Oh, okay, nice. We can actually check what we want to check here. But, So why are the empty things not working? Does it need to, like, reload or something? I don't get it. Because, yeah, I basically want these to not have any clear... Well, they do need to have a focus. So I guess... So if we go back to the theme, then... Theme? Alright, I keep forgetting. It just automatically grabs whatever it grabs. Okay, I'm going to remove all of these then, because they don't seem to make any sense. What? So why does check button... Okay, I think it's because, yeah, this is just... Because now... all of it's all mixed up. Yeah, I'll just keep it as it is. Who cares? It makes perfect sense for it to do that. I don't think I like how the buttons turn white, though, so I'm going to change that for these as well. Just going to go back to font here. Oh, wait, no. That is supposed to be here, because this is supposed to be white. And then when we change this... There we go. Yeah, because I still prefer that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to call that good for checkboxes and check buttons. Yeah, sliders and scroll bars need something now. What if we did another 32 by 32, get a grid of 8? What would I actually want for a grid here? Because we can't just have black and white for everything, I don't think. Like, I think the gray is actually fine there. But maybe what I'd want is like a 50% opacity black. What if I did 16? So, like, we have these, like, have a radius of 16 here. Wait, no, this is going to be horrible and messy. Well... we could do it... I know. We could make it rounded, but we can have it be flat here. And then we just still have it like around here.
Let's take a look at this issue. We assume that everyone is seeing the world exactly as it is. And this has profound implications for how we think about the world around us.
Okay.
Despite differences in our knowledge and our beliefs and our expectations, we feel like we're seeing the
So this is going to be scroll
as a way of illustrating how
H
see the world exactly.
background
But these sort
PNG.
of illusions are not just limited to our visual system. They're limited to our
H slider,
just limited to our visual system.
H scroll bar.
The way we think, the way we remember, the way we reason.
Okay.
We think we see more than we do. We think we see all of the detail around us. We don't. But we also think we remember more than we do and that we know more than we do. And these illusions...
Oh wait, we need this to be an actual like thing that I've like properly set up here.
think that everybody is seeing the same thing that we are. When in reality,
8, 8, 8, 8.
could be taking in different information at the same time.
Did that work appropriately? Kinda. You can see it's kind of set up in the way that I wanted it to be. Yeah. And then we should probably have, like, what if we did the top by, like, 2 and the bottom by 2? Because I want it to be a bit less, weirdly shaped. I guess that's okay. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the scroll bar here. Oh, no, we should probably save this as a thing. Save as. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Make it unique. Can I make it unique here? Make it unique. Then save it as. H bar dot ts style box. Okay. Now we have that, and so we can go back into here. And get the scroll here. Style box like that. Oh, I see. We can't go from there to there. Oh, okay. And this won't even have a... Like, that won't even matter. Okay, that's fine. Do I want it to be less... I think I need to make it less, like, rounded. Or... Yeah. Because otherwise, it doesn't look very good. And then we can kind of use the exact same thing for these ones here, except we just use a different image. So yeah, V slider, and then V scroll bar. Take your time, Godot. Okay, exact same format there, except now, when we expand the margins, it'll be left and right. Wait, no, do we want this anymore? I guess I'll keep it. Well, no, I won't keep it. Which means that actually this is exactly the same thing as this, because I'm not... If I don't have any margins, that was the only thing that was unique to being there. So I'm going to rename this to scroll area, or background. Because we're just going to dump that in there. There we go. And then this one will no longer have expand margins. Perfect. And then V slider. Wait, no. Grabber area. Okay. Wait, hang on. Did that not work? Maybe this is the one that's supposed to be it? Yeah, because that's the grabber. That's a different thing, fundamentally. Okay. So now we have scroll bars that look basically the same, but they're slightly wider. And then we should have our scroll little grabber things do different things. Wait, does this have the grids and guides as well? No. There we go. So what do I want here? What would be funny? I haven't done something funny in a while. Whatever. I'll just do a circle. And then we'll have another circle here. Okay. Grabber. So grabber, grabbed. And then just grabber, plain. Okay. Where's our grabbers? Probably under G for grabber. Okay. Make it unique. Then save it. Plain. Yeah. Wait, what is this? The background of the area to the left or bottom of the grabber. Wait, what? Then who's the grabber? Am I dumb? Oh, okay, I see. And actually, I'll have that just be what it is. So, grabber plain. Grabber grabbed. Again, it's kind of funny to have that there, but that is obviously not correct. That's not what I thought it was. Okay, and then let's have scroll here. Oh wait, I actually did need the grabber here. Okay, grabber highlighted. That needs to be plain. And then scrolling, grabber pressed, should also be this one. Make it unique. And then save it as. And that means I also need to do that, and then we can make this one unique. And then save this one as. Okay. That actually kind of works. Except for the fact that now it's super wide. I think that does need to be 8. Okay, texture margins. There we are. And so now we can do the exact same thing for the H slider, H scroll bar. So what the hell is this thing? Another H slider, but just one that doesn't have this? Okay. Maybe it's a disabled H slider. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Because this is the one that... Yeah, okay. Okay. H scroll bar. That needs our grabber, our highlighted or pressed. Don't look very good. I don't like that the scroll bar doesn't go all the way to the ends there, but I guess that's okay. Okay, let's see this in action. I will be blown away by the quality, by the sheer high quality of this. Oh yeah, my controller isn't on. I don't care for the things being completely invisible until I, like, highlight them, but could be worse. Interesting that the checkboxes are, like, not correct when you highlight them like this. So what does that mean? Suppressed and focus is empty. Why is that the case? So focus pressed or hover pressed. It should be the same as the button, right? Because these aren't being overridden. So yeah, when we do like hover pressed, that should be the same as focus, I think. Or maybe like that. Okay, now it makes sense to me. There we go. And yeah, let's go back to the button or checkbox. Let's make pressed have a new thing where it's just going to be the regular button style. Because we can tell that it's pressed by the fact that it's pressed there. Yeah. Then go back to check button. We're going to do the exact same thing. Yeah, so now we don't have that insane weird thing. And thankfully I don't use toggle buttons anywhere because they look terrible. Because we just need it to look... Oh, I'm seeing now that the pressed there doesn't do that. Yeah. Yeah, because this toggle button, it needs some, like, unique indication that it's, like, pressed. And it actually doesn't even have that because the hover looks the exact same whether it's pressed or not. Which actually, I think now I should change that. So, like, if we go back to here, this should not be hovered. This should be pressed when we do hover pressed. Did that not work? Maybe we also need focus pressed. Is there that as well? Normal mirrored, hover pressed, that, disabled mirror, focused. Does focus take priority over being pressed? Is that what I'm seeing here? Yeah, it's kind of, it's tricky because there's like 3 different things. There's hovering and pressing and focusing. Mm-hmm. And actually, I need to have... I'm going to make this like 50% opaque. I think... No, actually what I might do is I might just have... What would I do? I know what to do. I'm going to grab this. Oh, wait. Grab that. Delete that. There we are. Whoops. Okay. Grabber plane is now going to be... is going to have this half opaque thing on it. There we go. Now it's a little hard to tell them apart. Well, not that bad, honestly. I have a better idea, actually. I'm going to just give this a drop shadow. Actually, I'm just going to give the whole thing a drop shadow. And then probably, like, make this 1 pixel smaller around the edge here, so that way we can actually see it. Okay. This is now going to have a filter style, or layer style. Drop shadow by 1 pixel. What would I want? 135? Okay, that seems good. So now we export this as our grabber. And then we have, like, that as well for playing. Okay. Yeah, so now we have a little bit better looking there. I mean, the scroll bar looks pretty bad, but... how would I fix that? I guess we would just go... hang on, let's go to scroll bar. Oh wait, no, I called it grabber. Right, let's do like 2... maybe 3. There we are. And then we'll do the exact same thing for this one. And that should... there we go. So now we get a little outline. And I think I want to have here... what if we did like 9? Does that change this much? I didn't like that. I think that made it look worse. I guess I can't really tell. Alright, I'm gonna call those probably fine. At least better than they were, because now they're not just like stock standard. Oh wait, hang on, my brother's saying something. My brother's making tater tots, okay. Alright, so... what's my next step here? I want something to look better, so I guess we got the scroll bars and sliders looking okay. For the button list, what I was thinking, and actually what I might do, now that I have this idea of the, like, drop shadow, that would be a great way to make these not look so bad. Because they look terrible. So yeah, we just have like a little bit of a... we could honestly just have some shading on these. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what would look good if we had... Actually, what if I shaded this a little bit? So, like, we just have a little bit of a, you know, low opacity, preserve transparency. And then we just do plain. And grabbed. Well, they don't look so hot here, but they do look okay here. So we'd probably just have to make unique, you know, things for these sides. Yeah, look at how bad that is. Yeah, I think the pixelation, I think the pixel with the slight shading is the way to go. I like that. Looks better. We can go back to this, for example, and then we could have, I'm going to say, an extra layer. That's going to be, that's going to inherit alpha from the other one. Actually, wait, what's happening? Oh, wait, no. It needs to do that, I think. What am I doing? Oh, wait. I can't do that. Okay. How would that look? That looks okay. And then I'm going to do a little bit of white here or something. Or maybe we would just, like, erase the opacity here or something, but can't be bothered. Yeah, that gives just a little bit more style to it. A little bit more something. Yeah, let's do the buttons. Let's redo those, because those look like terrible garbage. And I'm going to go all the way up to a 64 by 64. See, I think the way that we do this is it'll be a base of white. And also, let's get our grid here. Let's have that there first. Actually, wait. It's gonna be... we do need a white background. I'm gonna fiddle with this, or I'm gonna make it a little bit more hand-drawn looking by just like not quite perfectly aligning everything. Okay. And we can kind of do whatever we want in these 16 by 16 pixels because this will be the margins for the actual box. Okay. And then what I think we would have is some shading on top of this. Oh yeah, it's going to be kind of... We'll have to make sure that this doesn't happen. Because yeah, we're still constrained to having the 16 by 16 grid here. And I guess that's fine. Okay, this will be button. So yeah, now we change all of our button styles. Let's do... I know. First of all, this is now outline, shading, background. So we'll have these be different things. So yeah, our button normal will now have... oh yeah, we need to have... Oh, the tater tots are done. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Back in a few. I'm back, gamers. Okay. So we got a cool button now. Now we can put that in there. That looks much better already. I like the look of that. I didn't like the look of the other one. Then we can fiddle with these texture margins, because now these are 16, actually. And then these expand margins are nothing. Axis stretch. Do I like tile fit? I would prefer stretching, actually. Okay. And then we should have these... Didn't I have some... Oh yeah, content margins. Remove those again. Oh, wait. Okay, there we are. And so now this is going to be... Do I want this to be... I'm trying to think, like, what do I want for the actual, like, when we highlight the button... to make it look better than that? Maybe we just have, Actually, I want to look up, like, I wonder if there's a place that has just a bunch of button styles, because I want to look up, like, Windows 95 buttons. And just, like, vintage UI design. Playground. Or CSS, maybe. Because I'm basically trying to see... okay. There we are. Okay, so the way that they focus is they flip the button layout entirely. Would I want to do that? Because what does this look like, for example? When you press it... Okay, so when you press it, it highlights as blue. Okay, neat. So yeah, I'll just do that. So this is going to be shading, like, normal. This will be outline normal. And I think, yeah, then shading focus or hover.
And so the gods decided.
Oh, wait, I see. Put this at, like, 39 or something like that.
When your eye takes the field against those who try to rail against you. Make your
And then I'm thinking, what if we also have, like, a little bit of this outline here? Oh, wait, no, but that's going to confuse it because of the... It'd be hard to tell, like, is the outline getting brighter or is this getting darker? Okay. So we won't have that. We'll have this. Okay.
The eye of Re mounts down from his divine brow. Down there
So now we can have button focus.
with disaster.
Yeah. Remove, change these back to... Oh, wait, no. These need to be, yeah, 6 on all sides. Wait, did I fiddle with something? Did something... This doesn't seem quite right. Because it should be 16 by 16 there. But it seems like it's not mapping the way that I'm expecting it to. Because, like, I guess it is? Huh. Oh yeah, we should have this shadow be much more prominent. Oh no, it should be kind of more like this. Let's actually have it do a little bit more. There we go. There we are. So now it's a little bit better. And actually, I'm going to make this the same opacity. I'm going to just change both of these to be totally black with 29% opacity. And then I might want to just have the little finger that I had before just always focus on anything. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. So where's our little focus guy? Is that in gallery? No, that's in status menu. Yeah, somewhere in here we have our little focus follower. Follower, right there. So this thing... Okay, yeah. And that's just as a parent of that. So I think I'm just going to make this a parent of the UI. Just going to go UI. And just have this, like, visible anywhere. And then, like, if there is no visibility, we just hide. I'm actually going to hide there, probably. Oh, wait, can't we just set, like, follow none here? Or, like, follow null, and then that should set this here. Okay. Let's see if that works, first of all. Oh, right. Because now this needs to be not enabled. What are we looking at, actually? What script are we in? Because we're definitely not in... Okay, it's status. On focus changed, follower follow F. Oh, do we not have this do its thing now? Okay. So I'm going to have this now. Go back to UI. Gonna have that. Oh, wait, no. That should be in its signals. Actually, don't we have an on focus changed? Oh, okay, yeah, we do. All right. And then we can fix up all that other, like, garbage that I've made. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I think that just works better than trying to, like, make it actually, like, you know, tell you everything about it. Oh, but the window does not do that. Oh, that's not good. That's actually really, really bad. I guess we just have the follower as a child of the confirmation dialogue as well, then. And then we can have, actually, what we should probably have is that will be here, where we can have, like, a export var, attached to parent, true. And then if attached to parent, get parent var c equals get parent as control. If c, then c dot GUI focus. Wait, what the hell am I doing now? On focus. Okay, get viewport that. Okay. Pretty awesome that they, like, made confirmation dialogues not fucking work with the video game. Okay, I'm gonna set this back to what it was. I'm not gonna deal with this thing doing its thing. Instead, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it work with the other window. Because I just want this thing to also be... Okay. Confirmation dialogue viewport. Godot. Oh, it's its own window. Okay. So what we'd actually want then is UI here. On focus changed. We're also going to have actually confirmation dialog dot GUI focus changed connect on focus changed. There we are. And actually this should just do like follow object. And we're just going to have that here as like object C. There we are. Okay, so a tricky thing that I'm going to need to do is we're actually going to need to get the position of the viewport. Oh wait, can a viewport be, so if I change this, if we go to like viewport in here, can I make this transparent? Okay, good. And that should... Okay, that makes that look good. Then we need to do the same thing in the options menu. I was wondering about that. So yeah, both of these need to also have that here. Transparent, is that somewhere? There. So handle input locally. What does that mean? Okay. So yeah, we have to have the viewport do its thing. Let's get a function get target position. And that's going to be a v equals target get viewport. transform. And then we return v times target.global position. And then here, anytime that we do this, we're actually going to have the get transform or get target position. And this shouldn't be too difficult. But okay. Now we have that. It didn't quite work the way that I thought it would. Because what is our V here? Okay, it just doesn't have any fucking thing. That's pretty cool. Get viewport rectangle. And then this should be V plus... Oh no, V dot origin position plus target dot global position. So what's this rectangle now? Okay. It still has a position of 0 in size of that. Okay, so I'm just fucked. How do I get the actual position of a pop-up? Oh, we need to get this as a Okay, so we need to have like a position here, dot. Can we get this? So is this position here? The Windows position in pixels embed sub-windows is false. The position is in absolute screen coordinates. In the coordinates of its parent viewport. If true, thank you, Godot. If true, sub-windows are embedded in the main window. This is a so-called single window. Single windowed mode can be faster as it does not need to create a separate window for every pop-up and tooltip, which can be slow operation depending on the operating system and rendering method. If false, they're created as separate windows. Okay. So how do we deal with this? Godot, get position of window on screen. Okay, well, let's just try doing this. And I'll see if this works, and then we can do something. Oh wait, hang on. This should be var v equals this. If v is window, return this. Else, return target dot global position. Hopefully get viewport isn't an expensive operation, because we need to do this like every frame. Well, I guess we can see if it's expensive. Okay. There we go. And then that should be... let's just do that. Because the window's in absolute screen coordinates. If this is... dialogue. Confirmation dialogue? Hang on, what the hell is this then? Accept dialogue? We need to have this be an accept dialogue. But I think otherwise it's probably going to be 0, 0. Because yeah, we need to check for embedded windows. or embedded sub-windows. And I think we can make windows as children of the window. And I don't know if there's a way to actually tell what they are. Okay, but now at least we have that. And then if we do new game. So at the very least, it does that. However, first of all, the confirmation dialog is not part of the UI, which is awesome. I love that. And we can't draw on top of the window, which is awesome. I love that. Godot render on top of window. Yeah. So they changed how this works from Godot 3 to 4, where now it's like unusable for basically anything other than like actual UI stuff, which is unfortunate because this is a game engine last I checked. Okay, so what the hell is this person's problem? Okay, trying to render a control node above a window. Okay. But whenever I try, the window is always rendered on top. Okay. Same problem as me. So setting that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then what we need, so at the moment you can set the layer to higher values only by code, but not with the slider. Represent very obscure behavior. Recommendation would be to use borderless windows in which you place the content of your tooltip. So basically I have to make another window and then put that, and then put this inside the window. Because otherwise, I can't... So what I'm probably going to have to do is just change this to not use this confirmation dialog because they're broken. Because they're not... They decided to do like some special snowflake bullshit and make it like not just a control, but instead it has to... What? Fucking whatever. I did the same thing in At the Ends of Eras, so let's just do it here. Okay, so I'm going to do... What am I going to do? I'm just going to make a new thing. Let's call this a confirm dialog, because I think I only need confirm and cancel. Take your time, Godot. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is a panel container, and then a... Oh, this is going to be absolutely miserable, because I won't be able to have children of this thing unless we do it via code, because I'll have to have, like, the panel container here. How am I going to do that, actually? VBox. Oh, yeah, and then we'll have, like, a label here. And we're going to auto-wrap this by word. So we'll have like our title here, description. And actually, do I want this to be a VBox container with a panel inside of it that has another VBox container that then has the stuff that we have? No, I think what I'll just do instead is I'm going to have a, I'm just not going to have a title. Okay, we're going to have buttons. Alright, so how does this one work? So we have confirm, cancel. Confirm, button, cancel, button. And then we need also a control here. That'll be for a spacer. Okay. And then we have this to do whatever we have it do. Function, or no. Class, name. Export var text. If is inside tree, and because of how Godot works, I'm going to have to also explicitly set this, so function ready. Let's just have this right away. Text equals text, because it can't differentiate, it doesn't set this properly. So we're then going to do description equals t. Confirmation text. What are we not missing here? Oh, wait. And actually set that as well. Export var cancel. Text. And of course, if is inside tree needs to be here for both of these. And then when it's ready, we set it to itself, because otherwise it won't set it to itself. Okay. So are you sure, blah, blah, blah. Confirm, cancel. Okay, let's also have some like things here. So if we go back to UI. Actually, let's go confirm dialog. What I'm going to look for is let's actually do like confirmation dialog. So I want to basically change how these work. So I'm going to rename the text that I already have there. So we're going to go back to my np confirm. And basically I want to like have this be a drop-in replacement so I can just edit the text. So yeah, this will be okay, button text. And this would be dialog text. Thank you, Godot. And then what else do we have? Do we have like a cancel button in here? I'll just have it be called the same thing. Okay. Size, initial position, we don't need any of that stuff. And I think what I can then do is just change the type of this. Actually, I don't think that'll even do anything. But alright, go to player. Actually, search for pop-up. So controls, dialog, pop-up, action, pop-up, centered. This is one... Okay, this one's going to be bad because I actually do need this to... Oh, wait, no, this won't be terrible. Hang on, I just realized how I can do this. So if we go back to the pause menu options, where we have this controls dialog, what we can do is we can inherit from the thing here. And actually, don't we have... Where's the title text, actually? Oh yeah, we have title, and that's not a thing that I added here. Hang on, go back to my confirm dialog. Change the type of this. Or I guess just add a VBox container. Gonna center it. Then we're gonna add a label here, and that's gonna be called title. And we can then have title equals this, set t, title equals t, if is inside tree, label, there we are, now we have that. And so yeah, instead of doing that, we're gonna inherit this scene, and then copy this stuff here. Well, actually, we don't quite need all this stuff. We do need... Well, actually, what do we need here? We need the action name. Oh, yeah, and then we also need to set the size here, so export var size. You know, what if I just change it? What if I just make this the root child? So we add this thing here, and then we change this to be... Yeah, that's fine. And then we just make this the root. Oh, right. I need to do that here first. And then we delete that. And so now I can just size this as I want to, and position it however I want to. And I think now, we don't even need to have... So we're just going to have pop-up. Show it. Show it. Wait, what? Oh, I see. That's what I wanted to do. And then this one's going to be controls dialog. And that's going to be under... Don't I have, like, controls here or something like that? Chivos, diegetic fonts, interaction, loading screen, other prompts, whatever. Just put it here. So this is now going to be a controls dialog. I'm going to put that there, and this is now going to inherit from confirm dialog. And that's going to come from... Oh, I see. That's going to come from here. Then signal confirmed. Signal canceled. And this also needs to have super ready. And also, hang on, grab this. Yeah, because we just need that We're just going to put that right in between these two, right there. Like that. There we go. Okay. So why are these so tiny? Oh, because these don't say anything. Because this doesn't say anything. Title. Okay. And so now this will be changed to the other thing. But we also need to have our confirm dialog here do its initialize signals. And actually, I'm just going to have that as just part of this here. Set stuff. Okay. Okay. So now we got this thing. And we got controls dialog. And that should set its thing as it does, because now we should be able to... We can delete this label here, because we're going to change how this works. Get OK button. Oh, I see. We need to have that up here. Get OK button. Return. Confirm. Take your time, Godot. I'm a slave to text autocomplete. Okay. So we do that stuff, and now we're not going to have this. We're actually just going to have the description. Now what should this be? Dialogue text equals this? No, wait, hang on. No, that's still correct. That's going to be that. And this is actually going to be panel container, VBox container, HBox container. Oh, wait, no. HBox container 2. Dot label. And actually, I kind of want to have... whatever. We don't need this one, though. Okay, there we are. And so this will be dialogue text. All right. So now we have that where it should be. Let's go back to confirm dialogue or options or whatever the hell I'm doing. Remove that there. We're going to have another controls dialogue right in its place. And that one can now be... Oh, but fuck. Now it has to be... Now it can't be a child of the options menu because it's not a thing that's here. It's a thing that has to be elsewhere. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it as it is. Except I'm going to change the type of this to a node. And then we're going to add a VBox container. So we now do need to have the ability to, like, center this thing probably, or, like, get the size here. So now we need to actually have export var size to I, like, let's say, I don't know, 450 by 450. Set S size equals S. If is inside tree, we need to do VBox container dot set size equals size. And this is now going to be a node. And then we'll have a function hide. And also we need to have a thing here of actually like function confirm. All right. Now what we do is here, there we are. Yeah. And now this is no longer panel container blah blah blah. Actually, what is this actually? Oh yeah, because now we need, let's just change this to VBox panel VBox buttons. Okay. Let's call this content. And then we're going to call this title. VBox title. So this panel container VBox container is now going to actually be VBox panel content. Okay, that's correct. And then we get this thing here. We call this buttons. There we are. Controls dialog. Here we change these now to be whatever we do. VBox panel content. There we are. And we can now call this, I'm going to call this like prompt. What the fuck is this now? Oh, right, because it was a child of the thing. So now we just put that back where it was. And then this confirm dialog, why is that? Why is this empty now? Thank you, Godot, for not showing my fucking stuff. If we close all these tabs, and then go back to the dialog, why is it named this? Okay, so that's all there. Title. Sure. Okay. Cancel. So I need this to be... Okay. I think now... Oh, right. Okay. Hang on. Go back to controls dialog. Because now, this stuff, these need to be prompts. Or prompt. Does this work? Okay. Now this works. So now that stuff will be there. So when this thing is ready, we do our stuff here. And then we should probably have the ability to hide here as well. Hide will be hide, or no, VBox. Hide. Oh wait, no, don't I have that here? Oh, I do have that, yeah. Yeah, because I needed, yeah, okay. Okay, so now we got all the things that we might need, so we can go back to the UI. And now this, oh wait, no, we need to go back to options. So now, this control dialogue should be what I want it to be. We can make it bigger. We can make it smaller. Okay, I guess we don't do that. So isn't this... whatever. When it's ready, we should hide it. So yeah, now we'll just replace all of the other ones of these with this. What the fuck? Okay, so now this is also visible, even though... Hang on. Thing here... No. What am I doing? Follower... So now this isn't going to do this. It's just going to return t.global position. We're not going to do this anymore. But we are going to have if target or not target dot is visible. Okay. So what was the thing that I actually changed? Oh yeah, the controls binding. So, yeah. If we set this to, like, L. Why didn't it, like, grab the focus of the thing? Oh, because when we pop up, we need to cut... Okay. So, the confirm dialog, when we pop up, we need to also get... OK button, dot, grab, focus. And actually, anytime that we do this, except for this time, so that means 2 places, we can get OK button. And then I want to do the same thing. Let's do the same thing with cancel. Because I'm sure that's here. Get cancel button. Yeah. VBox, panel, content, buttons, cancel button. Okay. No loader found for resource GD shader. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. The engine is like on its last legs. Okay. But now, let's change this one as well. Gonna do like a reset dialogue here. Yeah, I'm actually... What is this, actually? Kurashiki Maknochi. Yeah, I don't remember putting that on the list. Yeah, I'm gonna have this now be destroyed. Do you want to reset your progress and start a new game? Okay. Start new game, and then dialogue text title. Oh, and this should be multi-line. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very, like, understated. Let's also have a theme here, so I'm just going to do export var UI theme. Actually, is that in... If we go up to canvas item... Are these all canvas items? Viewport, window. Okay, so this has an entirely separate, like, interface there. Then we're going to do if t not equal to theme, theme equals t, theme changed emit. All right, and we don't need to set that to itself here. One of the very, very few things we don't. In fact, I forgot to set the size. But okay. So now we can do... Let's do like that. And eventually this will be centered properly, I think. Oh wait, but this also needs to set the VBox theme. Hang on. If is inside tree VBox.theme equals theme. So we do need to set this. Okay. And hopefully this still has the color modulation, but I'm realizing it won't. Okay, so this should now be reset dialog. Oh, but GUI focus changed also needs to be... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Because we don't need this anymore. Because it doesn't have... It's not a window. Okay, so now we can do whatever I'm doing. Hang on. And it's still on top of everything. That's awesome. Even though the follower was meant to be on top of this thing. I think what I actually need to do... Actually, I have a good idea. Change this back into a control. Change the type of this. Am I stupid? Where's the change type function? Huh? If I right-click here, we can change the type. If I right-click here, we can't change the type. Why can we not change... Oh, because this is an inherited scene. Okay. We can set that there. And then we can have this pop up anywhere we want. Maybe. Can we? Yeah, okay. We can do this. And we can set this to be wherever we want it to be. We can do like a full screen here. Oh, wait, but okay. So yeah, now we're kind of back to square one on this. But I think there are things here that now I don't need. Like I don't need to set the theme here because it's already a property of it. It isn't? No, it is. Oh, but this script... Okay. So that still needs to be that. And that means theme changed is duplicate and size is also duplicate. Wait, no. Size should be... Let's call this actually like window size then. Because that'll need to be a thing. And then that means we actually don't need hide to do its thing because we have hide there. Okay, so now the issue is we do actually need it to be able to pop up in the center of the screen, and I'll need to figure out how to do that. Why is this not hiding? When it's ready, it should hide. What? Does it not do that? Why did I do that there, then? Okay. So now, if I go to New Game, that was supposed to do this. Oh, wait, but now pop-up. Okay, because now this doesn't need to do the V-box. It does need to actually do hide there. Okay. Okay, so now we have this. Wait, does that not go back to what was focused before? We should have that there, I guess. Let's say, yeah, var previous focus control. And then when we pop up, we're going to do previous focus equals get viewport. I guess it'd be get viewports dot get focus owner. And then if, so we're going to do, I guess, just an exit here or a close. Hide, and then if previous focus dot grab focus is instance valid. And then also previous focus equals null. And inside tree and previous focus dot is visible in tree. There we are. So now this should work basically the same as the controls did before. And then I need to have the ability to actually center it, which will be tricky, I think. So now if we go to new game, cancel, but we could start a new game. Why does it shrink the text? Okay, we're going to save and quit there. And then I'm going to replace the other pop-ups that we have, which should be... Let's double check where those would be. So if we go back to find results. Confirmation dialog. Okay. UI options is the last one that has this. And I'm just going to rename... Actually, we don't even need that. We can just duplicate this. That. Cancel. Do you want to reset these options? Center primary screen. Is that correct? Text, mode, title. Okay. And then that means we don't need that because now we're going to have this be defaults dialog or reset dialog. Also, this one, okay, that is correct now. I see. Why is this here? Okay, so now confirmation dialog. This will be reset dialog. So hide, confirmed, other things. Oh, and this is NP confirmed dialog. And we're going to have all of these be, instead of .popup. Yeah, this should now be centered. Okay, so now when we pop up centered, we need to have this do some stuff. We're going to do var s equals get viewport rectangle. Let's call this be like VR. And then we're going to do... hang on, if we go back to the confirm dialog, VBox here. Dot global position equals VR divided by 2 minus... Actually, what would this be? I think it would be VR minus VBox.size divided by 2. And this actually needs to be size as well. Okay, let's see if that works. So this should take the actual size of the thing. And actually, I'm going to also set our window size here. This is going to be minimum size, or custom minimum size. And that's going to be S there. Okay, so now if we did new game, now it's in the center-ish, kind of. And if we went to like options and we reset the defaults, that, wait. That didn't do anything. How do I, oh, I see. Apply should, if we go back to UI, if we go to, no, if we go back to options, buttons, apply, focus left here. So our neighbor left is that one. Our neighbor right is that one. There we are. And that means reset to default should also have as its focus neighbor right, apply. There we are. So why does that not pop up some UI here? Is that because something is invisible? Oh wait, because this is not supposed to be, this is supposed to be just a regular confirm dial. I just realized. Okay. But okay, now we should have this. Though it will be, I think, slightly off-centered right now. Because yeah, it's not centered vertically for some reason. Oh, I see. When we do, hang on, if this thing has input, if is visible in tree, or let's say if not is visible in tree. So GUI input, virtual method to be implemented by the user, override this method to handle and accept events. And shouldn't we do like input dot set input as handled? And we should also set, like, process input, when we do this as, like, true. I think I'm going to have this here. If event.isAction pressed, UI cancel. Let's see if that works. So we should just be able to press B on this thing. Nope, still doesn't work because it's somehow getting focus from the other things. So what was the function that I was having that, like, gets input that's a Boolean? Where even was that? Because it's not one of these. Set process input. I guess we can just process the input. No, I think process input would be from the top to the bottom, though. Godot, handle input. So yeah, because I need to, like, block input from other things. So unhandled input, I assume, is called last. Process. What are the other input functions? So we have viewport set input as handled. Okay. Can we call that here? Because I don't know the order in which things are called. And also I'm realizing this wasn't actually called here. Let's just set process input here. So we're going to have this and then set input false. And when we open the thing, this should also set process input true. And then when we hide, we should actually do that as well. I won't do that. Okay. So now that does work. Good. Glad to see that. And then our next trick will be making sure that it somehow is on top of the... I was still having issues with the actual options, wasn't I? Where, like, they weren't showing up on top of things. How would I do that properly? So go back to options. If we reset here... Okay. We also need to have, when we're in options... No, when we're in confirm dialog, these two should only have themselves. So if we go to focus, so obviously your right neighbor would be that one. And from, oh wait, no, we're in the, oh yeah, I guess that's correct. I'm going to say your left neighbor. Okay, wait, hang on. Who am I? Okay, when we focus here, when we press the right button, we will go to that. When we press the left button, I think we're going to go to ourselves. When we press up, we go to ourselves. When we press bottom, we go to ourselves. When we press next, though, we go to this one. And when we press previous, we also go to this one. And then, for the cancel button, are you fucking kidding me? Okay. When I press left, And then when I press right, and then our next one will be that one, and our previous one will be that one. Okay, am I on the correct one? I am on the correct one. So up and down will be ourselves. Okay, now we do this one. And so yes, that is correct. And the next one will be that one, and the previous one will be that one. And then each of the other ones will be ourselves. Okay. What I probably actually need is a control that is a child of this control that takes up the whole window. But I don't want to deal with that. Okay. So now the next thing to figure out is how do we set the global position? How do we set this correctly? Because why is this not being set? Because vr.size... Okay, 1920 by 1080, and then vbox size. Let's just have this position here. Why isn't this possible? Ah, well. But okay, this should be good. And then also, when we're ready... Okay, we do close, and that does this stuff. So for some reason, when we start a new game here, it kind of worked. So our size here... Okay, so well, obviously we know what these are. 1920 by 1080. So... Actually, what happens if I moved this? So this right now... Layout. Transform. Okay. Oh, wait. 960 by 540. Okay, that gets us there. And then our size here should be based on this window here. And this is supposed to be... What? Hang on. Window size isn't being set properly. Oh, because this is now... There, okay. There we go. So now we can set that appropriately to 450 by 600. So that means that that's there. This needs to be... The actual control here doesn't matter at all. Because, yeah, the issue is basically this thing now will take up, like, it'll move itself as this moves. And also we need here size flags. This needs to expand to the size that it needs to be, and that means description should also expand. Let's see, transform, no, container sizing, expand there. Fill? Yeah. So now we have that doing what I want. And then this... Okay. Let's say 300 there. There we are. That seems fine. And so now, if I were to put this at the correct position, it would be... The halfway point here. I like that I can't fucking select the thing that I'm selecting. There we go. So whatever it'd be something like that. But yeah, I think the issue is this doesn't work correctly. Something in here isn't correct. But I think it was actually in part because I wasn't, like, the sizing wasn't correct, so that might be part of the issue for why those weren't centered. Let's start with a new game first of all. So what is our position here? That feels too low, but I'll let it slide for now. Okay. So that feels more reasonable, and I'm also going to make that smaller. So if we go back to UI... where's our reset dialog? Pause, main menu, blocker. Where's our main menu? Oh, it's probably going to be reset dialog, as it's called. And then that means that this... don't need to change that at all. That means I'm going to set this to 300 by 450. No, I'm going to set this to 500 by 400. Okay. It's not perfect, but it is starting there. Okay. And yeah, when we... okay. But now that's, like, way out of there. So why is that the case? What's unique about the options menu here? So this reset dialog is here, and that doesn't make any sense. Remove that. And remove this stuff here. How do we... what am I looking at that's not correct here? Let's test centering it. I'm just going to have a tool button here. Or like export group debug. Okay. Export tool button debug center. Or no, center UI. Okay. Oh wait, no, this needs to be pop-up centered. And also put that down below. Does that work? Huh, okay, good. Okay, so now we close that. We go back to confirm dialog. No, we go back to options. Because this is where we actually want to test this stuff. Oh wait, this needs to be debug preview centered. There we are. So now we can preview that centered pop-up. Okay, that doesn't work. But I'm going to use the bathroom and be back soon. It's finally cooler outside than in here. Oh, wait, hang on. There we are. Okay, so why would the global position not be set properly? This position, print P. So if we did this again, okay, now it's just in a different place, which is also not correct. Also, I'm seeing that this doesn't do anything. Why is that not working? Window size equals window size. Pop-up? Alright. Oh, also I'm seeing that it didn't... Oh, because I forgot to put the things here, so... Hang on. Dialogue. A second. Oh, I thought there was like a dog howling outside, but there's a small child just walking around. Cold. Reset. Dialogue. No. No, I think reset dialogue is what I want. So when do I set dialogue text equals default description modulo RS? Oh, because I do this. So it doesn't matter if we do it there, but then I can have like reset options. They're set to defaults. Okay. So for some reason, this doesn't work. But I mean, I guess I can try again. Maybe now that it's been set, like, preemptively, it'll do something? I mean, I don't like that the size isn't correct. Okay, now it works. Except for the fact that it's 10 quadrillion miles long. So why is it this long when I specifically set it to be shorter than this? If we go back to here, and then show this, and then this description, so this doesn't change the width of it. So who's changing the width? Cancel that. Cancel that. So what's the deal here? If we go back to options, reset dialogue, this should be... Put it to 200 then. Does that do anything? Why is it so big? Why is it so wide? Put the size equal to 0 then. VBox size equals 0? No, vector 2i 0? Okay, so now it's a bit better. So now, basically, let's go back to 450. So now there's one main issue, which is, for some reason, it doesn't set it to the proper centered position. Reset to default. Okay. I guess we can move it to the correct position. So we can, like, center it. Oh, I bet you it's because this stuff needs to be done first. Okay. And then I'm also going to make this, like, 600 wide. Maybe, like, yeah, let's make it, like, 600 by, like, 400. Because it seems too small. Okay. That feels more reasonable. And then I'm going to test this again with the standard stuff there. So yeah, because it works once it is run. And so it might be just because it's invisible when we first set it, or we might have to wait a frame and then do it. Yeah, I think we just need to do like a recenter, not call, deferred. Let's just call it like this. Okay, so now if we go back to options, reset to defaults. Okay. So now the only issue is the fact that it doesn't size it properly, which is interesting. What if we just set this here, then? In fact, I think we need to have that in pop-up. We set that window size equal to window size. And then we can go back to here and do, like, you know, set this... So what's actually happening here? Okay, so when we do controls dialog, are we doing something that we shouldn't be doing? I'll press, like, print, debug, controls, and then we're gonna have go back up to here, so when we don't need to print that size anymore. Okay, so we're setting that there. Put content prompt label text equals that. Dialog text equals this. Get confirmation. And then controls confirmed. So, like, oh, I see. If not is visible in tree, or no, we should just set this to be, so yeah, we already set process input to false there. And then when we set process input to true, I think that should be done maybe the next frame. So when we pop up, set process input dot call deferred true. How the fuck is this happening? Like, this shouldn't be... Actually, first of all, we need to do super dot input event. Oh, wait, no. We don't need to do super input event. I see. Okay. Input is joypad event button or... Wait, what's happening now? So how is this being called then? So if this get confirmation is there... No. We should actually have... and event is... Hang on. Is pressed. And we should do the same thing here where it's like and event dot is pressed. Yeah, let's see if that... So returns true if the input is pressed, not relevant for types like motion and that. May return false even if the action key is pressed. Awesome. I like that it says, hey, this function might not work. See the examples to see why it won't work. Good luck. Awesome. Well, whatever. Let's go to options. So now, basically, I think what was happening was release. How is it not visible? This shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be set. This shouldn't be true. Let's just do if not is visible in tree, print push error. This should not happen. Return. So it's just not being set to visible now. So what's the deal with the controls dialog? Why is this one not set? Okay, so the options dialog here just isn't being... So if we... Where's the button? Wasn't there a debug button here? Oh, wait, no. Preview pop-up. So it's just not working. Okay, cool. So Windows size setter. Nodes with non-equal opposite anchors will have their size overridden after ready. Change the anchors or call using set deferred. Okay. So if I press this, okay, that does make it visible, but it doesn't it doesn't make it anywhere here. Why is this? What is the common element here? So let's print out, let's go back to here. Print P. $206.10. That's not even remotely accurate. Okay. Print size vbox dot size Okay. That feels more accurate. So, okay. Okay, I see. It's because this is the viewport that this is in, so that would make sense for that. But if we go back into here and we click that button, where the hell is it? So that one's 1920 by 1080, and that stuff, and that stuff. So it should be somewhere on the window. We can see that it should be here. So if we then do pop up centered, assert is visible in tree. So it is visible in the tree. It's just not at the position where it's supposed to be. Can we do... What if we just had a function... What if we just set process to true here? And then when we close, we set process to false. And then what we're going to do is when we process... We're just going to recenter here. And we don't even need, then, to have recentered called there. And actually, we're just going to have this when we do that. So now it should be setting it every single frame. So why is it this specific one, though? It's like if we reset to defaults, that's fine, kind of. It's weird that it's, like, scaled wrong. I don't know why it would be doing that. Actually, hang on. Let's go here. So we're going to change the VBox size to 0 when we're doing, when we recenter. We're going to do VBox set. So this is just going to be size equals this. That. And then we don't need to print this for now. So I want it to just, like, fit the size appropriately. And then we need to probably get the computed size rather than getting the size as the property there. Well, maybe. Okay. So if we started a new game, that would make sense. If we go to options and reset to defaults, that makes sense. If we go to controls, set this. Doesn't make sense. What is the difference? What is the fucking difference? So is it because this controls dialog has something that's different here? Because we do... So we don't need those because we see those there. Wait, but we do still see that. That's just not correct. That's just not supposed to be happening. Why is OK being pressed? Who is pressing it? Oh, wait, I see. And why is it like a... Oh, because I'm clicking the mouse after it's been shown. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. I guess it does. Yeah, okay. I guess it does make sense, because I'm clicking the button to show it, so that showed the UI. That's why the finger disappeared. And then I click it again, and that's what's pressing this here. Okay. And for some reason, that also causes this to come back to here, which is not correct. Because that should be like get OK button dot grab focus. And this should also definitely be... Wait, what? Okay. So are we recentering it all? So this surely is being done. So a rectangle is that, and P is this. Okay. And so why is the position not being set? Node's global position relative to the world. Control global position not being set. You know, let's print fucking... Print vbox.global position. Actually, assert vbox global position equals P. So we don't need that. That's simply not... That simply doesn't... That's not true at all. But I just don't get it. So... It's just not in the right... It's just not at all in the position that it's supposed to be in. I just don't get it. Is it because... Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, no, but this is in front of the parent. Top level? So will not inherit its transform from canvas items. To draw on top of other canvas items. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, gonna change that. Let's go also to print. So we don't need that. We do need the assert though. Well, it seems like it just doesn't matter. So let's go to this VBox and also set it to be top level, and then it will be whatever it is. How is this so complicated? And how is it specifically this one? Okay, hang on. Is it an order-based thing? Is it a scripting? Because it must be either the order or the script that, like the script that's doing something. So like, what would the script be doing that it's not supposed to be doing? Because we call the ready function, we do our normal thing there. We get our input, and it doesn't matter what the input of the confirm dialog is, because we don't need that. Get confirmation, pop-up action, OK press. So we're not inheriting anything. So if we reset the defaults now, so that does its thing. If we go to controls, that doesn't do its thing. Hmm. So what is the difference? Because it seems to be the position of this thing still. So if we come back into here, and we go back to the controls dialog and preview it popping up at the center. Wait, didn't I fucking move these? I'm going insane. I'm just actually going insane. So what's the difference between this and the other one? Did I do something to this one? What? Who did this? I didn't do any of this. Where's the V box? Where's the box? Is that what it was? Okay, so that's our reset dialog. So our controls dialog. Okay. Oh wait, but now we need to actually disable this top level stuff. So if we go back into here, go to, no, what am I going to? Go back to VBox. Visibility, this should not be top level. Oh, I see it. I only changed that on this one. That's awesome. Okay, so now we can do this. Okay, so this was all for the purpose of doing this. Also, why is this not there? That should be... Hang on, I have a good idea. If it's ready, if visibility is changed, it should be hidden again, I think. Or basically when we exit here, show an update on tab changed. Reset group, cancel reset. Guess I'll keep all that there. Oh, okay. Handle input is the thing that does this. Very confusing. So actually, what is... Wait. Oh, no. Handle input is a thing that I made. So that the UI can just do this. Yeah. And so when we UI cancel apply, settings save, settings closed, emit true. We're also going to, like, controls dialog dot close, and then, like, reset dialog dot close. We should probably have this be like close pop-ups. Okay. Finally. That is as it should be. So now if we did, for example, this, and then we also did, you know, mess with some other stuff here. So yeah, we should have, I'm seeing now. We should also close pop-ups anytime that we switch things. So that should be on tab changed, close pop-ups. Actually, that should probably just be when we update here. Because otherwise the game's gonna die. So yeah, we go to options, then we go to like reset, and then we press this. Okay, good. And so now, if I did that, and then I press B, and then that, okay. So now there should be no way to get multiple pop-ups up at the same time, except for if I do new game, and then come back, Oh, wait, no. Okay, so I can't move between these two. I have to choose one or the other. Right, because I fixed that. And I fixed it here as well, so these should work as they are. Okay, so that all looks great and grand. And also, how does this look? Oh yeah, because we don't have the pressed button, so this should all be okay. Okay. What did I even do? That was literally just to get the buttons working, because otherwise there was some, like, incomprehensible error with the, Oh yeah, because I wanted this little hand to be here. And so now I also need to test, like this. Oh, that's funny. Now this little focus hand didn't work quite right. Okay. So I'm going to say this should all be there. So UI theming and a new confirm dialogue. Because, yeah, I'm not making, like, I don't know, Visual Studio over here. I need windows that are, like, inside the game, not windows that are, like, wherever the hell I just put them. So I'm going to say standard buttons. Now they look better. Ooh, it's 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Well, I'm surprised that the thing that took the most time, so I was worried it was going to be setting the control, or setting the options to their defaults. But that was just trivial, because each one is like 5 options. But the actual hard part, well, first off, I don't like how that works. Hang on. Let's go back to sticker UI. So, the follower here, change visibility. Don't we have follower, follow rectangles PID, and then that should do something where we, like, when it's visible, so notification visibility change, snap to position. Then we do just like follower dot follow rectangles PID here. Or, what? So what does this mean? I plus increment. I think I'm really dumb. When do we equip the... How do we equip the thing? Get sticker PID. Because, yeah, basically the issue here is that we are somehow not equipping our... Oh, because the follower should not do... So this is incorrect. Or not. So if target dot is visible in tree, or like not target dot is, we're gonna hide and then return show. There we are. Because, yeah, what's actually happening is when we equip a sticker. Okay, I think this will work. Okay, now it works. Basically, the sticker was being unselected. And now you can see it does that stuff. So then go to options and all that. And we're not supposed to be able to see this yet. Why is that available? So if we go back to the player. Because, yeah, the camera status UI. So if photos allowed... Oh, because we need to have... So if pressed event status menu... Hang on. Var status menu allowed equals has menu this. And that. Okay. So this should be if that and that. Okay. So now I can't bring up the status menu because that's not correct yet. Okay, so now we can, like, put that on his eyes. Do the rest of the video game. And also lower the volume. And also, the buttons are still a little too subtle, I think. I think what I could do is I could lower the opacity of the outline on the default buttons. Or thicken the outline slightly. I don't like the ultra thick outlines that I went with before. But this should look a little better. Okay. There we are. And then, hear the beautiful music. And also, I think the music should be in front of the SFX because I think the music is more likely to be muted. And then I think, honestly, voices ahead of that, and then SFX ambient sounds, UI sounds. Okay, so now we can still do this. We can still do all our normal things. There we go. What? Oh, right, because he still has his intro. Wait, what? Oh, I see. It does correctly say can't use photo right now. Alright. Let's just do, I guess, just a quick check of this stuff. What am I looking for? I guess I didn't really do anything else with the game today. I guess I just kind of want to play around and make sure that stuff isn't broken from, like, other changes. But okay, I like having the little hand here, and I like now that it's, like, consistent across all this stuff. Admittedly, I could have the hand be funnier. I could have it be, like, Kitty's sleeve or something like that. And hopefully they're not confused by the fact that you just press A here to mute, rather than, like, going over to the right and pressing mute. Toggle zoom, toggle sticker mode. I think this, should have a bit more like, what am I trying to say? I'm not sure. I like that the right analog stick, like, or I like that the hand goes off the screen. But okay. Shadow aliasing, all this stuff. So this is the default? Huh. There we are. This is beautiful gaming at its most beautiful. It's like I've been in a pool with my eyes open. And my eyes have been permanently damaged by chlorine. Yeah, what? I think I should do something better with the theming, but I also kind of don't want to bother. Because it took me so much work to just get those fucking buttons working or whatever I was doing. Right. The whole thing was like about this little hand here. Oh yeah, we got this. Isn't that beautiful? It's like the 21st century. Also, I had to do a bunch of threading stuff on Linux because otherwise, on Linux, the shell, their like default shell command, opens it on the main thread, and the game won't resume until you, close Firefox. Or, like, your browser. And it was such a big issue because, there's no way to open a process in the background for a thing. You have to, like, know the exact path of the application to do that. Rather than just providing a link like the typical open function. But oh well. I like how aggressive this is. Yeah, that'll be fun. Also, I'm surprised that this car works so well. I've had issues with convex colliders in Jolt physics, so I had to do things like switch the football to using primitives, because otherwise it was just like going through the ground or going through the fence. But okay. I think that we've made the UI more consistent, I think. Except for... Let's also do some stuff with the buttons one more time. Or like some of the last stuff with these buttons, because yeah, I don't like... If we just go back to button... so we have focus and hover. I think here... we should just make this into our hover as well, probably for now. Actually, what is this? Make it, I think we don't need these SVGs anymore. Oh, tabs have them. So what am I doing? Am I stupid? Where's the buttons? Oh, okay, they're like 5,000 miles away. Okay, so I don't think we need button hover. We do need it, because we still have the tabs being hovered. Whatever. Rename this then to tab hover. So do we need this one then? Oh wait, no, that is the one that we need. Do we need this one? Okay, button disabled, tab disabled. I'm just gonna make this into style box flat, I think. Or like empty or whatever it is. Okay. Or no, tab disabled. Okay. Tab normal. So now I can finally figure out that. And then expand margins. No, we need, what do we need, actually? Content margins? There we are. Huh? Oh, right, I see. Because now we have these, so we should honestly have a unique thing for when we press the button. And that's going to be, let's see. What if we just had a thicker outline here? No, I like the idea of basically having it like just go like this. Okay, yeah, I know what I want. Have this side be even deeper like this. So this is going to be pressed. So like outline and then shading. And this will be, again, 29% or whatever. Okay. There we are. So button pressed. Yeah, because otherwise it is too obvious. I don't like as well, though, that... Oh, because hover pressed needs to be the same as pressed. Or, like, focus pressed, or whatever the hell it is. So, like, what's this one? Button pressed? So why is it not the correct one? Is it because focus... I swear focus takes priority over pressing the button, which is just not correct. Yeah, it looks like it does. Focusing on the button takes precedence over it being pressed, which means that you can't actually see any, like, literally any point wherever you click the button, you can't tell because it's also focused. So the only ones you can tell on are these ones. And you can see on these ones, hover press is actually being appropriately set, which actually I don't want for these ones, because these ones just have, Yeah, because for the checkbox and check button, this actually does need to be just the normal hover. Because again, we can tell that it's pressed because of the fact that the checkbox is here. And so we'll do the exact same thing with this one, where we just have hover here. So yeah, literally the only time you can see the pressed effect is when you are, like, there. So I think that means for buttons... So the focus style box is displayed over the base style box. A partially transparent style box should be used to ensure the base style box remains visible. A style box that represents an outline or underline works well for this purpose. To disable the focus visual effect... Okay, I see how to do that. Okay, so I see how they want it to be done. They want the hover to be this. The focus should not be that, though. Okay, because, yeah, the hover... Because what they have here is the focus is the thing that's on top of it, not the thing that, like, affects it. And what we can do is we can actually just have this be a style box empty now. Because we're just going to have the... We're going to have the mouse for hovering, and we're going to have the little hand for focus. And so we don't need that. So yeah, now we can come into here. I don't like it very much, though. I do want the... Yeah, the button should be different. I just want the pressed button to have priority over it, because otherwise... Yeah, because I like that. Though now, actually, the hover... Well, no, I think hover should be different than pressed. Okay, so how the hell do we do this then? I think what I can do is I can just add the extra shading here. So we can just have this be the button focus. So I'm going to have like button focus overlay. And then we're going to rename this one to button hover. And then going to do, I guess, duplicate as button focus. And then when we go to theme, we can then set this focus here. Wait, what? How do I? Oh, I see. Because I set it to be empty. There we go. And so now we should see here. Okay, we can see the like double layering now. So yeah, when we're focused and hovering. And then that means that we should also have, hang on. That means we also need to have this part here. Focus. So this should actually be white. Except for the parts where it needs to not overlap with the outline. So then we also need to grab this, and then do that, and then go back to this, do that. So this is focus white. Okay, there we go. So now we have the focus overlay. So it will also remove that attribute. So now we can see the difference between hovering over it, focusing it, and pressing it. They're all three distinct states. And you can see it gets extra dark there. Okay, good. So let's see how that feels in the actual game. Okay, that looks much better. Because, yeah, we still have that, and then we get the extra thing of pressing it and releasing it, and we have the actual, like, this also looks different, and so we can have both of them simultaneously, and they exist in perfect harmony. Okay. That's much better. Focus buttons look good. Oh, there's a thing here that was accidentally added. Close that. Status. Saving files. Okay. Now I should actually get out of here, because it's almost 9. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, I should probably, like, update my to-do list. I think I'm gonna say button list is a lower priority. I had an idea, basically, where, like, buttons would be fancier and they'd, like, squish as you selected one, but I think that's too much for this. Save it for the sequel. In fact, let's just put that as a save it for the end or something. Okay. There we go. So now I'm out of here. I will be back tomorrow. Whew, we're very close to getting this all set up for the Steam Next Fest. Very excited. That'll be hopefully not stressful. But alright. Take care. See you later.